Hi there. Computer graphics have evolved quite a lot since their inception in 1961. I'd like to invite you on a journey through this evolution. We're starting in 1991, but we could go far earlier. I mean, with a bit of clever math, you could even draw some 3D scenes on a Commodore 64, as shown here. But let's start in 91 with some edge cases, and then just vibe from there.
Technically, Another World makes use of 2D polygons rather than the more traditional 2D sprites with bitmap images as backgrounds. This would mean that real-time calculations could be used to resize polygons to any shape or size and retain the exact same vertex data.
P1000's abilities went beyond what was possible with animatronics, makeup, and prosthetics. ILM was given the task of creating the effects optically, literally redefining state-of-the-art for computer animation.
Computer-generated images are a way of coming up with new effects, especially when we've been doing traditional effects for 80 years. And you're starting to see, I think, a lot of sort of the limits of traditional effects sort of being.
The Amiga has always been a great creative platform for music, for video, and for art. So what if you own an IBM compatible? Can you do computer art too? Well, these days you can using powerful and creative software.
I thought it was a lot of nonsense. I had never heard of virtual reality. And then when you realize that this is something which is fact, it's happening, you know, these men are creating this, then that's always very exciting.
At first, actor Jeff Fahey thought virtual reality only existed on the pages of a movie script.
Well, I was never one that was very much into video games, but having now been inside a video game, been a character inside, I look at the whole thing with this kind of newfound excitement and respect for the technology.
Game over. Yes, you nailed it, Joe. You nailed it.
Whoa, that was scared.
Cut.
Defining virtual reality isn't easy, but for director Brett Leonard, a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Bio monitors on. Engage. Change brainwave parameters. Brainwave.
Okay, get this. All the citizens of the kitchen come together. Fruits, vegetables, small kitchen appliances. Regardless of species, color, or brand name, they all come together with one purpose. And that purpose...
Hey, Bob! Have you seen my plastic wind-up lobster?
Not now.
price and performance, the Amiga 3000. Now, for Amiga fans, the rest of the world just doesn't seem to understand the beauty and power they find in this multimedia marvel from Commodore. Well, we'll try to help you understand today as we take a look at the latest hardware and software for the Amiga on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Nintendo also launched its most powerful game technology ever using the new Super FX chip. This is a RISC processor built into each game cartridge that offers texture mapping, light source shading, object rotation and scaling, and 3D polygon animation.
The SuperFX processor is a custom-made RISC processor. We spent 2 years in the development on it and basically developed that and the game Star Fox at the same time, so they sort of worked off of each other. It's a custom processor which will work with the Super Nintendo.
Star Fox is out now. Nintendo says it expects to release a dozen more Super FX games during 1993.
Rand and I have always been very much into the detail of things, the richness of things, and so when we did Myst, we wanted it to be a very rich environment and a very detailed environment. And graphically, that meant a lot of work.
We are using a computer, in essence, to build sets. The stuff that we're doing for Myst basically has to be fully realized in order to move a sort of a virtual camera around this kind of virtual set. You take a camera and you place it in various positions in order to move, say, from one room to another or down a hallway. It's just a sequence of camera shots that are taken in a computer that end up looking photographic and end up allowing the player to really believe that they're sitting in this world.
Hey, way to go, Enforcer. That slime ball is toasted pulp as we speak. Of course he only got splatted virtually. But even so, how many times can anybody's neurons take that kind of partying? I got the statistics right here, only I'm not allowed to tell.
Computers and special effects, they're something you tend to associate with movies and the silver screen, but actually some of the best effects around aren't on the big screen at all.
Rendering time is very important to a lot of users of 3D software. So although I'm not going to complete this image, I just wanted to give you a feel.
That's that star-shaped object you just pulled up in that other space.
That's right. The background here is a digitized image that was brought in through a video camera of a rock.
And that's a pretty quick rendering then.
Very quick for 3D software.
Okay, what else can we do?
Once upon a time, computers did words and letters and numbers. Then all of a sudden, everybody wanted graphics, hot graphics, fast graphics, animations, 3D simulations. In fact, it was the quest for great graphics that led to this box, the 3DO game console. Yeah, gameplay is important, but no game can make it these days without great computer art. Today, we'll take a look at computer art from drawing programs for beginners to powerful 3D design tools for professionals. Digital art on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
This is the first of the next generation of SNES games, Donkey Kong Country. When the Donkey Kong character appeared in the early 80s, he was Mario's arch enemy. Now he's changed his ways and become a good guy, with a menagerie of animal helpers. All the characters were created using an entirely new technique. This is Diddy, Donkey Kong's monkey helper. To produce him, the programmers built a wireframe model inside their powerful silicon graphics computer. With Donkey Kong Country, Rare were the first software producers to use serious hardware like this to produce graphics of a different class. The SGI machine was also used to shade the wireframe model so they could check Diddy out in 3D. When they were completely happy with the way he looked outside, they started work on his insides. They programmed him with an accurate skeleton so he could only bend in the right places. That made the next job a lot easier, making him move. The next task was to build the different Donkey Kong worlds. Each world has textures and shapes scanned in from real life. Ferns, trees, and even a rusty shovel. The textures are wrapped around more wireframe models. There are up to 3 different layers in each background to give a feeling of depth and movement as the characters move through the game. The graphics are so good that when it was first revealed, nobody believed the game was really running on the SNES.
Can they win without Bob?
I hope. Game over. User wins. Game over. User wins.
The whole sector's nullified! Offline!
They lost!
Well, it wasn't your fault. There was nothing you or we could do.
If I had just done Megabyte his little favor, none of this would have happened.
Wait, before you do anything, why don't you talk to Fong?
All right.
Turn around nice and slow and disarm the weapon.
Is this how you greet all your new arrivals?
Only if they have a weapon.
Gia, quit screwing around and bring him to my office.
Come on. I'll take you to see Santos.
We're under attack. Come on, follow me. You take the gun on the right. No, the right!
prior to the 486 50 megahertz processor, the frame rate, or the number of times that the computer can update the scene, just really wasn't sufficient. We need about 12 frames per second. And the 486 50 megahertz processor has made that become a reality.
But first, 1995 is going to be the most exciting year yet for video games. All the big names have brought out new, chunky hardware. This was the first hit at the shops in this country, the Sega Saturn. It's been out since the 8th of July, and as well as Panzer Dragoon, there are several other games already available. In most high-street shops, the Saturn comes packaged with Virtua Fighter, but the Saturn manufacturers weren't happy with the game, so they've now put out a cleaned-up version. It's called Virtua Fighter Remix, and it features much better graphics and more polished gameplay. In America, if you brought a Saturn, they'll send you the remix free, but in this country, it'll cost you about £30. Other games to come include Sega Rally, the newest arcade racing game. These world-exclusive shots are from the actual Saturn version of the game.
The next super console to be released in the UK is this one. This is the Sony PlayStation, and it's out this month. All the software comes on these funky black CDs, and the machine itself is really small and neat. It features these weird-shaped joypads with 4 control buttons on the top. Once again, you can expect to see a lot of arcade favourites like Ridge Racer, the incredibly fast urban racing game.
Round 1.
And Tekken, one of the best-looking 3D beat-em-ups ever. One thing to watch, though, now the games do come on CD, is you can't save your position. The PlayStation only has a tiny bit of memory reserved for saving positions, maybe 1 or 2. So actually, what you need is one of these memory cards.
And I couldn't believe how amazing it looked.
Hey, Buzz! You're flying!
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
Toy Story is just the very beginning of what can be done in this medium, and it's just the first inkling of what can achieve here.
Everybody's going to notice and talk about the fact this is the very first computer animated feature film. But the computers are just tools. They didn't create this picture, it's the people that created the picture. And we had such a fantastic group of people. And I had so much fun working with them. And that's what I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
Now that I'm clear about the action, they're ready to capture my performance. The 6 cameras record my movements from different angles, and the computer ends up with a complete record of my fabulous acting. Motion capture technology is set to revolutionise games which feature human characters. They'll move naturally and look as if they're real people set against a computer backdrop. This is a motion captured version of Violet Berlin, walking as naturally as possible, reporting for Bad Influence.
Violet reckons she now holds the world record for the most appearances in games, mostly because of making films for Bad Influence.
And here it is, Violet's performance captured into the actual gameplay of Normality Inc. Here she comes. It's brilliant, but it really is obviously Violet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Normality Inc. is due out for release early next year. And now for some more of this week's games releases reviewed by our expert.
We should not be enemies. We should work together. I'm sorry, my friend. We are both victims, you and I.
John, we've seen a tremendous increase in processor speed over the last 10 years or so. What's the underlying technology that's allowed us to get such faster chips, faster clock speed, faster CPUs?
It's really a combination of factors. The basic clock frequency has gone up by about a factor of 10 in the last 10 years. The number of clock cycles required to complete each instruction has fallen by a factor of 5 on average. And you have more powerful instructions now that can process 32 bits of data instead of 8 or 16 bits. All told, it's about a factor of 50 overall improvement versus the processor 10 years ago.
On September 29th, N64 is scheduled for release in North America. The system is about to change. But before it does, we decided to invite 3 of the best gamers in the country to put it to the test. This is N64.
Smooth. There's one other cool area I'd like to show you in the game before we move on to the other products. And that's Bowser. This is too cool. I'm not going to go all the way through this level, but I just want to show you some of the cool.
Thank you. All right, well, the stereotype of computer gamers and games is that they're all about young males, right? Well, time for a little gender equality. So the hero in a brand new game called Tomb Raider is, in fact, the heroine. Is that a kind of conscious decision not to have this helpless little female that has to get saved, but kind of the tough warrior lady?
Oh, absolutely. Very much an Indiana Jane is our feel here. An Indiana Jones type of character is what we're really pushing forth.
All right, now your game is, again, it's kind of a mixture, right? It's a little bit of adventure game, but a little bit of the Doom type, 3D world, only from a third-person perspective.
Correct. Instead of using the first-person shooter games that you see a lot these days, we've incorporated a third-person where the camera sits behind the right shoulder of the character. And absolutely, we incorporate the action elements, some shooters, and then we also incorporate the adventure puzzle type elements.
All right, let's take a look now at Tomb Raider.
Okay,
what's the story here, Gregor?
The storyline behind this game is that you play Dr. Adventurer Laura Croft, and you're on a quest to find 3 ancient pieces of an ancient artifact called the Scion. Along the way, you're running across wolves, bats, bears, everything you can think of along the way.
Now, she looks like a pretty sophisticated sprite you've got going there.
Oh, absolutely. She uses 2,000 frames of animation. This isn't motion capture, which is a lot different than what you've seen today. These are, it's a massive 3D moving real-time environment. Some of the special features you'll see here is that she actually does some swimming. So you're basically traversing through caves, tombs, tunnels, and the like.
With the 46, we got 1.2 million transistors on a single piece of silicon. With the Pentium chip, we're using 3.1 million transistors. And so it really took a lot of work from a manufacturing standpoint to lay all those transistors down on a single piece of silicon and to be able to put it into high-volume manufacturing.
The Pentium processor is fast. In fact, it's over twice as fast as the fastest 486. Graphics-related computational intensive tasks are where the difference really shows.
Well, the hot new trend in computer gaming is multiplayer games in which you can play against opponents all over the world using the internet. We recently visited one of the premier multiplayer game marathons at a cyber cafe called Internet Alfredo in San Francisco.
You don't need much to play a computer game. Some software and a single player will usually do. But why play alone when you can battle the world? At a recent online tournament at San Francisco's Internet Alfredo, players teamed up to socialize, drink espresso, and to play Quake on the internet. id Software, the game's publisher, released a new version especially tailored for internet play, and it's available on the net through Empath Interactive.
Damn, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride. Come get some.
The Consumer Electronics Show, CES, is appropriately enough a trade show famous for three-letter acronyms. 25 years ago, the VCR was introduced here. 2 years ago, DSS was the buzzword. Last year, it was DVD. This year, the winner for the most important three-letter acronym is MMX. Several PC manufacturers showed off new Pentium MMX computers, including Acer, IBM, Toshiba, and Sony. The new MMX technology from Intel means improved multimedia software performance. In most cases, you can get up to a 20% improvement in existing software, and for new programs which are written to be optimized for MMX, the increase in audio and video performance can be up to 40%.
Judging from the distance between the prints, I was looking for two very big men. One dragged his right foot, indicating a possible injury or lameness. The other appeared a lot more controlled, graceful even. Quite a pair. McCoy, LPD.
I'm absolutely certain Lucy Devlin was involved in this heinous act. She's the young girl who works for me.
She's responsible for all this mayhem?
No, of course not. It was two men acting in concert with her, obviously.
Obviously. What'd they look like?
Big and scary and absolutely malevolent.
Okay. You've made your point. Star Fox 64 is the highly advanced combat game for the Nintendo 64. The Fox team includes Fox McCloud and his wingmen, Peppy Hare, Slippy Toad, and Falco Lombardi. The team is sent on missions to destroy Andros, the mad scientist who declared war on the entire Lilat system.
This sounds like a fun bunch, but what do these guys drive?
Yeah, some beat-up B-52.
You wish.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Sorry.
So the cool thing is that with reflection in Detailer, you literally get the ability to create objects which are like chrome. So in this case here, we actually have environment maps, which you can import or create your own maps directly onto the object.
FX was a brand new upstart from veterans of SGI and other major tech corporations, with the ambition of taking six-figure workstation quality graphics and squeezing it down to a single affordable graphics card that people could install on an ordinary PC. Needless to say, they had a lot to prove. One of the most famous demos was this one, titled Valley of Ra, which was unique among tech demos for being one of the few to be interactive, showcasing a simulation of what a fighting game could look like with their new Voodoo chipset. Using the keyboard, two people could perform fighting moves on each other, and while it was more a proof of concept than anything else, the graphics at the time were stunning, putting to rest any doubt among skeptics that what 3DFX set out to do was even possible. Anubis on the left was particularly impressive, emblazoned with reflection maps giving him a shiny appearance, something only previously seen in offline renderings in movies and commercials. Running this demo, the Voodoo could stand side by side with SGI's Reality engine at a tiny fraction of the cost, making the pint-sized 3D powerhouse an easy sell. 3DFX at the time relied heavily on tech demos like these to showcase their first 3D architecture, not just for consumers, but even more so for game developers and investors. Seen here is another demo showing a potential racing title. This demo was novel for being able to show the difference between software and hardware rendering at the same time. What the public saw was only a small portion of the demos 3DFX developed for the Voodoo line of graphics cards, with many having been lost to time.
Round 2. Fight! You lose. Continue. 8.
Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time could be the best N64 game ever. Like Final Fantasy VII, it uses a brilliant blend of graphics, an involving storyline, and a simple interface to attract many casual gamers who normally ignore such in-depth role-playing adventures. As the young boy Link, you have to embark on a quest to save the young Princess Zelda and defeat the evil tyrant Ganondorf. To do this, you travel through the mythical world of Hyrule, a truly massive environment containing a host of monsters, beautiful locations, and diverse characters. Together with its perfect blend of fighting and exploring, the game also contains a host of innovative features. For instance, instead of just pressing a button to cast spells, you have to play a tune on an instrument called an ocarina. More than any other game, Legend of Zelda shows us exactly how good the N64 can be. Let's hope the sequel arrives soon.
The adoption of 3D graphics cards to power computer games has been a slow process. Now, though, if you want to play the best 3D titles, an accelerator card is a must. trouble is, the original family of 3D hardware is showing its limitations, and better models are almost here. The favourite first-generation 3D chipset for developers was 3DFX. It was easy to program and produced the kind of look and speed everyone wanted. For its successor, 3DFX has produced Voodoo 2, which claims to be 3 times faster, as well as offering several extra features. One of the first cards will be made by sound experts Creative Labs, though the problem right now is that software has yet to be written specifically for it. So there are technical demos and games that were made for the Voodoo 1 design, but running on Voodoo 2, they don't look particularly special. The only hint of the new card's performance is with Quake 2, which can run as fast as the card can draw it. This speed will eventually translate to more complex environments after developers know how to use it. Before 3DFX, there was Power VR. With its low-cost and revolutionary design that gave it features like true shadows, it certainly seemed like a winner. Software people weren't so happy, though, because it wasn't easy to program. Power VR 2nd generation claims to fix these problems while being a match for Voodoo 2. We saw an early card without many of its final features and only running at about half speed. Even so, the technical demonstrations were impressive. Whether rendering object detail or not, the new Power VR system ran at an amazing frame rate. More frames per second means smoother movement, and features like environment mapping and volume effects makes for greater realism. The last 3D offering is perhaps the strangest, as it comes from someone who's never made graphics cards before. The Intel 740 is, as you might have guessed, made by the world's biggest chip maker. The 740 could have a tough time against more experienced companies. That said, these early images are very promising. Like Power VR, the 740 will be using the latest computer architecture to improve the size and quality of textures. Once we've got finished cards to test for ourselves, we'll tell you just how these 3 systems compare. Whichever is best, computer gaming is about to go ballistic.
Gordon, here you are. We just sent the sample down to the test chamber.
We've boosted the anti-mass spectrometer to 105%. Bit of gamble, but we need the extra resolution.
The administrator is very concerned that we get a conclusive analysis of today's sample. I gather they went to some lengths to get it.
They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber.
Access denied.
This is all within theoretical limits.
It's about to go critical.
What the hell is going on with our equipment?
It was a mistake.
Testing. Everything seems to be in order.
All right, Gordon. Your suit should keep you comfortable through all this. The specimen will be delivered to you in a few moments. If you would be so good as to climb up and start the rotors, we can bring the anti-mass spectrometer to 80% and hold it there until the carrier arrives.
And if you are into games, and if you really want to enjoy the full experience, you got to have a Voodoo 2 board. The technology that's now available for the PC is so much more powerful than what they're used to on the console that they're not really going to even believe the differences. Even bringing in people who had forgotten about how exciting games could be. I mean, I for a period of time, even though I was in the business, wasn't playing as many games because the 16-bit Genesis or the 16-bit SNES was a little hard for me to get involved with. Sure. But you sit down and you play NHL Hockey 98, I got to tell you, it's an exciting experience. When you have friends over and all of a sudden you've lost control of your day.
Lines up.
Foundation, maybe.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. How much computing power do you really need to run a spreadsheet or a word processor or a database, even one from Microsoft? Not that much, frankly. But what if you had a piece of software that required real-time graphics, video, stereo sound, multi-level views, and the most complex simulation algorithms? It would be called a computer game or a video game, and it would demand every bit of hardware juice that you can come up with. Computer games are not only fun, but they, perhaps more than any other application, push the edge of computing power. The irony is that some of the most powerful game platforms are not personal computers, but dedicated game consoles. And the hottest one on the market right now is the brand new Dreamcast from Sega.
Oh yeah! This is happening! Huh? What's up? Oh yeah! This could be fun! Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
Let's talk about the box first of all and get a kind of guided tour, because it looks a little bit different than any of the other consoles. First of all, it's nice and small and tiny, right?
Sure, it is much smaller than most of the consoles that are out there. Much like the PlayStation, it's actually CD-based.
Yeah, so you can just pop it open.
Just pop it open. Unlike the PlayStation, it actually has a much faster drive. It's a 12x CD-ROM drive.
All right, so we got a bunch of ports. These are for controllers?
4 controllers. Actually, also keyboards and mice plug in as well.
Okay, and let's take a look at the back. This is kind of interesting modem line, right?
There's a 56K modem included with every Dreamcast. And that
so this is a web terminal also?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a web browser, a little form of
optional
Explorer.
Keyboard too, right?
Optional keyboard.
And usual power and
communications.
Video and all that stuff.
And video out.
All right, now.
Hey there, Space Cats! Ooh la la here, coming at you from Spaceport 9. Tonight I'm investigating reports that aliens have invaded and are forcing people to dance.
All lines are clear, ooh la la. Let's see what you're made of.
Let's go! I've encountered aliens on the main floor. It looks like they've taken hostages.
Copy the aliens' moves. Press the buttons with the rhythm. Get on it.
Let's dance! Up, 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 up. Down, down, down. Right, left, right, left.
Use the X button beam when they say shoot.
Okay.
Mitsurugi versus Shanfa. Battle 1, fight! This victory strengthens the soul of Mitsurugi. You win! 覚えとけ!
I'm here with a good friend Cliff, who is the designer. What's your official title?
Co-designer, lead level designer on the Unreal projects.
Unreal. This is the man right here.
Command leader, got your back.
Zoom in on the eyes here. Freaky. Let's talk about Unreal Tournament. That's what you're working on now.
Yes, Unreal Tournament is like Mortal Kombat with teams and guns. You do not need an internet connection to play the game.
What?
Oh, yeah, everybody's tagged this thing as a multiplayer-only game.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
It's a crock, it's a crock. You pick your character, you play against other combatants in different arenas. There's all sorts of team games, great AI. It's a great single-player game as well.
Really?
Make sure you check it out, yeah.
Now, what are some of the mission things that you got going on?
We got this great game type called Assault, and one team attacks while the other team defends. And like we got these different scenarios. One's like a D-Day invasion, and like you're storming the beach and like Saving Private Ryan. Yeah, and one team's trying to defend it, and people are blowing up everywhere. It's great, great fun.
Awesome. Well, what's your favorite level?
I'd have to say the high-speed train. One team starts off in a chopper, and they're like, there's little voiceover, just like, oh, Abel, assault the base. Dog, I'm going in. Oh, man down, man down. Train. I feel like in the middle of a James Bond movie. It's really great. Yeah.
Wake up, Private. You're in some serious shit. We're bugging out now. Level 3 doors are already locked, so get your ass to the comms room and I'll meet you from there. We've got a security breach. Move your ass to the air lock. gotta go through the egg lab first. Open the blast doors in here by pulling the override switch. And don't worry about those eggs, they've been sterilized. Now move it!
Blast doors cycling. Access denied.
Glasses, just the ability to take advantage of the depth of objects, the ability to move objects around in three-dimensional space. It takes hardware and software to do that, and we're going to begin by focusing on the hardware. Brian, you guys have a 3D accelerator card called the Voodoo, or the Voodoo 2 now, I guess is what we're using. What does a 3D accelerator card do for me? Why should I buy one and put it in my PC?
Well, the 3D accelerator allows you to offload the graphics functions from the Pentium and the 2D card. And so you have a dedicated graphics processor, which can give you better frame rates and better special effects.
All right, so it's going to work faster, and therefore it's going to allow me to see things, essentially, I couldn't otherwise see?
Correct.
All right, let's try to demonstrate that. Quake is thought of as a 3D game, if you will. You move around in 3D space, and let's sort of do a before and after and show us the difference.
Okay, what you're seeing here, then, is without a 3D effects accelerated card, you're running off of your 2D card in the Pentium here, and you get an okay game experience. It's a little bit blocky as you see.
That's pretty crummy looking when you get close, as we know.
And then as you see the men further away, you can't pick out a lot of the details. But now if I switch to the 3D mode and allow it to load up, you get a much higher quality picture and color depth. Isn't it? And there's special features like the colored lighting that just wouldn't be present in a software-only version. So you get a better game experience, better visuals.
It's totally different looking, really, isn't it?
Yep, so much faster also.
the traditional linear process of pre-production, production, and post-production might not have been, certainly for a film like this, the most efficient process. My initial job was to use low-end computer animation to create shots of the pod race and to pre-visualize that 9-minute sequence.
You couldn't shoot a sequence like that without Videomatics. You wouldn't know whether you were in a canyon or whether you were in arches. You wouldn't know what the lighting would be. You don't know whether it was turning right or turning left.
Speed was the important thing to George. It was a kinetic movement of vast, enormous objects going at a relentless speed.
George wanted the pod crashes to have much more of the energy of a Formula One car crash, where it's not a lot of flame. That's not really what it's about. It's about inertia. These things hit and they just sort of keep going and going, and parts shred off of them and they tumble and pieces go everywhere.
On this very special upcoming New Year's Eve, thousands of Americans will be spending the night at the last place they might have expected. ABC's Steve Osinsami explains.
When the ball drops in New York's Times Square this New Year's Eve, a record number of Americans will be hard at work. More than 800 companies have called in extra employees, more than 3 million in all. Even their bosses will be working the holiday. Almost everyone is preparing for the worst. Potential Y2K computer crashes top the list. In Jersey City, 400 bankers will be ready to take calls from investors.
A Senate panel describes Y2K, the year 2000 computer bug, as a worldwide crisis and one of the most serious and potentially devastating events this nation has ever encountered.
Back on the Y2K front, despite all of the assurances that the Y2K computer problems are under control,
Is it done, Yuri?
No, Comrade Premier. It has only begun.
This is it.
Thank you for taking the time to help me, young man.
I have to go now.
There are so few helpful young people these days.
$100 each. I should buy one. This is cool.
After our ship broke apart and we evacuated to the surface of Halo, I was worried we'd left all our best hardware behind. No, I'm not talking about military hardware like jeeps, tanks, or dropships. I'm talking about graphics hardware. Now that we're waging an epic guerrilla war against the Covenant Horde, I'm sure glad I'm packing an NVIDIA GeForce 2 GTS. Aha!
Whoa. Nice frame rate.
Thanks.
The nuclear scanner can see problems often before symptoms are noticed.
Pressing this coin to divert the guard's attention. Try not to throw it off any high ledges.
Hello? Well, I suppose nothing at all is there anyway. Hello? Must have been one of those, what you call hallucinations or something.
You're tuned to 76.5 on your FM dial. This is RIDGE FM, broadcasting live from Ridge City. This is for all you race fans out there. Here are the Boom Boom satellites coming straight at you with some wicked beats. Check it out now.
It doesn't have a hard drive. It doesn't play DVDs. So just what does the GameCube do? It plays games, and it plays them well. So sums up Nintendo's strategy in its ongoing console war. While Sony and Microsoft tout the expanded capabilities of their systems, Nintendo is attempting to shift the focus of this battle back into an arena where they clearly dominate: gameplay.
Got ghosts? Who you gonna call? Hello? That's right, Ghostbusters. Mario's been kidnapped, but you can rescue him with the help of his brother Luigi. Mario! Mario! Graphically, Luigi's Mansion is impressive. We've seen our 2D heroes from the NES and 3D before, but the GameCube really brings out all of their plump glory with detailed facial expressions and character movements. Luigi's flashlight shows off the GameCube's graphical capabilities, and the sound adds to the creepy yet cartoony atmosphere of the huge haunted house. Luigi's Mansion looks to be a must-have at the GameCube's launch on November 18th, 2001.
Welcome to Aspen Lake. This is day 3 of the circuit. We have an absolutely gorgeous day for a race. The water is smooth and fast, so expect to see some quick lap times.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines!
Absolutely brilliant weather, Nigel! Let's see some brilliant ride in the match, eh?
3, 2, 1, go!
Your boat is now turbocharged. Excellent. Nice. All right, you've just earned a turbo.
The Xbox has been described as a cross between Sony's PlayStation 2 and Sega's Dreamcast, with a little Nintendo thrown in.
It is definitely a combination of all three. It's kind of getting the best of all the worlds. It's all tricked out, I guess, in a sense, is with the Dreamcast. It already has the modem built in, but it has the DVD playing capabilities of the PlayStation 2, and it has some of the more nice high-end features that you find with the GameCube.
And new to the Xbox, multiple processors, including a dedicated graphics chip from NVIDIA.
Now, what about Malice? I've heard all sorts of things about this.
Malice is a game from a UK developer. That's England, the United Kingdom. And the guys at Argonaut, who make Malice, didn't want to actually make it look like a game. They wanted it to be an illustrated game. And so when you look at this, take a look at the way that he's enabled his artists to use the power of the Xbox to draw scenes that look like they come from a kid's book. This is Alice's teenager stage.
So she actually grows up in the game?
Yeah, she actually starts out as a little girl. And she gets turned into a cat for a while by an evil witch. And like all good fairy tales, she grows up and gets wise.
The lighting on this is just intense. I mean, it's moving around. If you see a screenshot of this in a magazine, it doesn't do it justice. I mean, you have to look at this. You actually feel like you're seeing distance.
Again, it's the thing. That's what happens when you put artists in charge, man. You get good stuff.
Get ready, fly!
So today we are going to help you figure out how to put together the ultimate gaming computer, and we're going to start out with graphics, and here to help us do that is Tony Tomasi of NVIDIA. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
All right, so you've got the brand new GeForce 3 graphics card here, and there's a million cards out there. This is new. What is different, better? It's actually a next generation card.
That's exactly right. The GeForce 3 is the latest generation graphics processor from NVIDIA.
But what's key about this is it's programmable,
That's exactly right. For the first time, the graphics processor is as programmable as the CPU. We have an instruction set. Just like the Intel processors have an instruction set that you can program Microsoft Word or Windows with, we now have an instruction set that game programmers can program to create special effects on our processor.
So show us an example. You have a great example, I think, of a chameleon there.
Right. So we came up with this idea of the chameleon to really show off the nature that because it's programmable, it can change the way it looks. So the first thing, of course, is that the chameleon is built from geometry or wireframe. The animation of this chameleon, how he moves and walks and the skin bends over him, is done with the program. We call that a vertex shader. That's a piece of code that runs on our graphics processor that drives the way he animates. In addition to that, of course, we have the way that he looks. And so we have a variety of what we call pixel shaders to generate special effects that are on the surface of this creature. And so interactively, we can create essentially the Predator look, where he's actually semi-transparent. He actually refracts the ambient light around him, and yet still reflects it, or bends it into the environment.
And again, to be clear, this is no cutscene here. I mean, this is you are running this.
That's right. If you look at my hand and you
yeah.
look at the mouse as I move it around, it's completely interactive.
Yeah.
We can play with this as we see fit. And if you look
Go on, soldiers, get in!
scared me to death. This is the kind of shot that, as an effects artist, it makes the sweat roll down your forehead and makes your heart beat fast. These tests show the process that we took of the shot as it moved from animation, where the ground is just a kind of a flat plane and his body just intersects it. And then it shows how we simulated the fur to show the effect of the wind that would later also drive the snow that we would show in these shots. The snow is actually done in several layers. There's the really fine, powdery snow that kicks up when he hits it first. There was a level of chunky snow that made these kind of large pieces of snow that would fly out in front of him and actually impact on the ground. And then there was some very, very, very fine powdery snow that almost looked like a soft cloud. And this is in addition to the snow that's just going to be falling down from the sky. This is the final version of the shot. This has all the effects elements added together, and probably the most important element was the snow and the fur. In the end, we modified the way that the fur software worked so that we could add things into his hair. As each hair has grown, we take into account a number of factors: how long he's been out in the snow, what direction the wind is blowing, etc., to determine the likelihood that snowflakes will occur on certain parts of his fur. And for that shot, in the end, we ended up with over 1 million individual snowflakes.
I've got absolutely no fucking reply. He's probably huddling with a TUC.
Nein, danke. Ah, Schokolade, fantastisch. Ah, vielen Dank. Ah, Schokolade, fantastisch.
Fisher, I'm rescinding my street-level restriction. We've been monitoring the Tbilisi police radio. These cops are as crooked as a Virginia fence. They're not going to want any more international attention than we do. Every road is open to you. Do what you gotta do to find those missing spooks.
Once you fired a blaster carbine, you won't want to go back. What's the difference? It's all in the feel and the kickback. You can't stay on target with these things. You miss your first shot and you were lying on the ground with a whole blast through your armor. Well, we don't have to worry about that. This place is so far removed from the core planets, there's no way we're going to run into any resistance. Keep talking like that and you're going to be the first man down once something happens. Grab him! You're surrounded!
Either on board or just some sort of old 3D card from, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago.
And we're talking, this is the one that I was holding up a little earlier before the show had started. This is the NVIDIA GeForce 4 Ti 4600, 128 megabytes of RAM on here.
Yeah, BGA RAM. See those little squares
These
there?
These chips here?
Yeah, that's the RAM for you.
Wow.
A lot of these 3D games that are out now, like Serious Sam, Medal of Honor, they have complex 3D engines, and they require a lot of processing power that, you know, a CPU by itself and a sort of regular 3D card can't cope with. I mean, there's a lot of polys to push, polygons.
Okay, so you're talking about CPU alongside getting a good video card. This is, I don't know.
For the PC gamer, nothing says technology more than a graphics card, and NVIDIA is showing off the GeForce FX.
This has become available in February, and I could detail all the specs for you, but how about we just check out what it can do?
Sektor schon seit Wochen bombardieren.
Na und? Die bombardieren doch alles. Was sollte die hier schon besonders interessieren?
All in there. The only thing that remains at this point, I think, is the video card, right?
Video.
All right, now this is the video card we're putting in. Tell me about that.
This is the ATI 9800 Pro All-in-Wonder, All-in-Wonder 98 Pro. It's a 9800 chipset, one of the latest from ATI.
It's kind of state of the art.
It's one of the state of the art, and it includes a TV tuner as well as TV out. So
how much is that going to set me back?
This, I saw about 360. 360.
Ow, yeah, that's a little pricey.
It is, and this is something that someone who, for example, if you want to set up
Would you please sign my petition?
I'm sorry.
You gotta look, just sign the stupid petition. I've got stuff to do.
No way, you freaking pinko.
Shit. Are you gonna sign this, or will it be your surviving family members?
Greetings, program. My name is Rami. Please free me. I have an important packet to deliver. Thanks, program.
And there it lay, just out of reach, the dagger of time. There was a treasure I could carry with pride as a trophy of our victory. If I could only get there.
Well, this summer we saw a new generation of video cards from both ATI and NVIDIA. We can start from the top with the most expensive.
So what's the high-end price we're looking at for which card, and what's the low-end price?
Okay, at the high end we have the $500 cards. So the NVIDIA version.
Is that the snazzy one that's on a little cooler?
This one's actually made by PNY.
So even way, $100 difference is a big difference. Would I be willing to pay the $100? I mean, which is the best card for the money?
Best card for money?
I'd put you on the spot.
Put you on the spot.
What was that?
I would say GT. Yeah, the card you're holding right now would be the best card for money. But then I would say with a huge caveat that we still need to wait until we see Doom 3 and until we see Half-Life 2
actually running on these cards.
Yeah, all the next generation games coming out.
This is a hobo suit, darling. You can't be seen in this. I won't allow it.
And then they all have hair. Hair's hard. Computer graphics, there are hard problems. Water's hard, fire's hard, hair's hard.
Violet has this long, black, dark hair, which has to move when she moves and move believably.
Simulation of long hair is just one of those, it's one of those problems that people start to freak about when you talk about it.
It just brought the production to its knees for a long time, where we kept trying and couldn't do it. And finally we had this summit where the big brain guys who run the simulator, the thing that makes the hair move, finally just sat across the table and said, well, John, I got to tell you, long hair is theoretical at this point. Whoa! Time out. Theoretical? The movie comes out in less than a year. What do you mean it's theoretical?
Long hair is really hard. What really happens is you have millions of hairs that are interacting with each other, and that's what gives it its shape.
Each hair likes to grab onto the neighboring hair and not move, or to carry it with, so that they all kind of move together.
You can't really do that on the computer. It's simply too much. We tried a lot of things that really didn't work and just looked silly. And when we finally figured out what the problem was, it was fine.
They pulled it off. It's beautiful. I mean, her hair moves in a way that we never thought would be possible. And, pop the champagne corks, clap everybody on the back, get a patent,
Now we'll take a look at some of the new lighting features in Unreal Engine 3. This light, for example, has a cowling that casts soft shadows on the scene around it. This is accomplished using a light function. In this case, the function takes two cube maps, one very crisp and the other blurred, and interpolates between them based on the distance to a surface. As the light begins to move away from the wall, the shadows will blur before fading out completely. This effect simulates area lighting. Other lighting features included in Unreal Engine 3 are height fog, demonstrated here, and virtual displacement mapping. Using virtual displacement mapping, These bricks appear to have depth, visible sides, and even grout holding them together. As demonstrated in wireframe mode, however, they're constructed from very few polygons. This flickering light is another example of a light function. Light functions allow an artist to assign materials to any light and control how that light displays within the world. In this case, it processes a simple change in brightness.
Reports say you're in a red shirt. I suggest you grab some body armor and cover it, or you'll be easily spotted. Hey, some good news. I'm picking you up much more strongly now. I suggest you search the huts for weapons and equipment. Stay low and avoid contact if possible. You don't really want to alert the guards.
What we have here today, look at this one down here on this end. This is the GeForce 6800 Ultra. This is like the big daddy.
Yeah, the granddaddy.
Yeah, this is the big daddy when it comes to playing Doom 3. This will absolutely, positively give you better performance than any other video card on the market right now when it comes to playing specifically Doom 3. This happens to be a PCI Express version, which you'll see come out early next year.
Okay.
Complex materials are the key to next-generation graphics and games. Unreal Engine 3 gives artists complete control over powerful pixel shader 2.0 and 3.0 effects. All materials in this level were created by a level designer and required no programming whatsoever. On the right, we have an iridescent material. On the left, a complex panning material with an emissive channel. Virtual displacement mapping on this cube creates the illusion that the veins on the grill obscure each other. Viewed in wireframe, however, it's clear this detail is in the material and not the mesh. This next object demonstrates frame buffer distortion. As the camera moves around the object, the surrounding scene becomes distorted by the material. The bloom effect on this object is enabled through high dynamic range lighting. The material for the object's emissive channel is multiplied by a high value to exaggerate the effect. Here we have another lighting function, a stained glass environment that is being rotated along the cube. Because it's a light, it both attenuates and shadows realistically. The light projects on the character correctly and also soft shadows the world around him.
Oh, Gordon! The Vortigaunt said you were here. I can't believe you made it so quickly on foot.
I believe he broke your record, honey.
Well, he earned it. I guess you proved you can handle yourself out there.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the possible exception of you.
Dad, please.
Take a look at this, Gordon.
Hello, and my name is Kim. I'm here to start you on a journey into the future of entertainment. It's a future where I am always at the center of a world of experiences that include my games and my friends. That future starts right here, right now. This is my Xbox 360. It's here, and it's on.
I'm very excited to be able to announce that Square Enix will join with Microsoft and Xbox to bring our games to Xbox 360 and Xbox Live. Tonight, I'd like to share with you a sneak preview of what we believe the future of video games might look like. We created this real-time rendered image, taking advantage of Xbox 360's superb graphics power.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for that. I really appreciate it.
Get ready, fight!
Rocket Man, burning up the... Oh man, no gamer should ever have to play on a system like this. Well, originally, I was gonna try out for the Tooth Fairy job, but I found out you don't really get to pull the teeth. Yeah, the parents do it. I'm kind of a hands-on guy. I couldn't be happier with how this mod turned out. The heart of this beast is a custom assembly of madly overclocked SOI-enabled NVIDIA GeForce GPUs. The chrome flames add a touch of class, a counterbalance to the awesome fire that burns within. My work here is done.
Heaven
That's confirmed. He's not stopping. We're code 3. He's pulling away. I'm working to stay with him. Wrong side of him. I stand by. I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, I lost him. He can't be far. Hold on.
Cover units, be advised. Vehicle was last reported eastbound near the financial district. Supervisor confirms quadrant to be set up. Units to reference their GPS for position. Stand by for updates.
Water presents us with a lot of rendering challenges. In fact, we have to render the scene 3 times. Once for the refraction of what's under the water, once for the reflection of everything above the water, and once from the player's view. You can see the reflection and refraction scenes in the 2 small windows on screen. In the refraction, we calculate per pixel how much water you're looking through to do a volumetric underwater fog to simulate particulate matter. For our full HDR solution, we had to go through the entire engine and modify every bit of code that calculated light and color. For example, these water reflection and refraction renderings had to be improved to support the full range of contrast values.
So, now on to PlayStation 3. Last year, we outlined the specifications of the machine, but let's review its main features and benefits. First, PlayStation 3 is powered by Cell. Along with our partners IBM and Toshiba, we have invested billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of man-hours in creating the Cell processor. It's a processor with power rivaling that of supercomputers, but is uniquely designed to support massive data processing required for digital entertainment and other HD-intensive applications.
Hey.
When you get close to a trail of rings, press the square button to do a light.
Grubs! Marcus! Flank him! Throwing frag!
Oh, if that's not hot, God, I don't know what it is. Oh. No, that's a dream.
Alex travels through much of Episode 1 with the player, and consequently passes through a wider variety of lighting conditions than she did in Half-Life 2. This meant that we had to improve the quality of the lighting algorithms used on Alex to look realistic in any situation, from the eerie hallways of the Citadel to the streets of City 17 at sunset. For this episode, we added a specular lighting term to the shaders used on Alex, which provides a realistic shiny look to her skin, her leather jacket, and even her teeth. In these new lighting calculations, we chose to specifically emphasize bright highlights caused by illumination from grazing angles. This type of lighting, also referred to as rim lighting, is particularly dramatic when coming from low-angle light sources such as this bright sunset. You'll also note that the rim lighting is further enhanced by our high dynamic range post-processing, which causes the specular highlights to bloom in a striking and dramatic fashion. We have found that the move to an episodic development cycle allows us to take advantage of the fast pace of graphics hardware innovation by incrementally adding new features, such as Alex's new lighting techniques, to the source engine with each new episode.
Radiation levels detected.
So what else can we do with procedural content, and what else are people doing? Well, the next major area is materials and behaviors. So we've already talked about water and how this can be procedurally generated and controlled at the moment. The next holy grail is fire.
Nice landing, Rico. Now get over here. Move it, soldier!
Silk, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away.
Whoa!
I've been getting a lot of emails about the 8600 series of GeForce cards from NVIDIA. It seems like those cards are, just priced right for a lot of you guys. So I figured we better take a look at the NVIDIA 8600 GT. This model has 512 megabytes of DDR2, and that makes it a very, very good, very, very good.
10 seconds. Radio check. Do a secure channel. Lock and load. Green light. Go, go, go.
free. Bridge secure. Hold your fire. Gaz, stay in the bird till we secure the deck. Over. Roger that. Squad, on me. Stairs, clear.
PlayStation 3 really opened up the floodgates for us to achieve the goals that we wanted to with the animation. We need much more CPU power than we've ever had before. And the amount of memory that we have to work with now just really allows us to have the quantity and quality that we need, especially with the layers that we're doing and all the processes that are going on right now. It just could not be done in any other way.
The RSX chip is the graphics chip, and without that sucker, you couldn't do any of this stuff. PlayStation 2 was extremely powerful for pushing a lot of polygons, and this generation, it's all about shaders. And what the RSX chip allows us to do is have these complex shader instructions pushed through relatively quickly and drawn pixel for pixel, drawn very quickly as well.
We have the power now to really take on human characters and make them real.
To paint the pretty pictures. Now I have chosen two NVIDIA 8800 GTs for our video cards. They'll run in scanline interleave mode or SLI, which lets both cards run as a single card. Two graphics processors are way better than one after all. These are brand new in NVIDIA's lineup and surprisingly affordable for the power they offer at only $250 each.
With the new NVIDIA hardware, the GeForce 88 series and the DX10 API, the pixels and the shadows and the lightings, all of them are more detailed and more deeper calculated.
Geometry shaders allow skin tones to look much more realistic. Hot people to sweat, cold people to have goosebumps.
Every character in the world has a shader which simulates the melanin and hemoglobin elements of the skin. It uses subsurface scattering to calculate lighting, and every eye aspect is calculated perspective correct.
Every blade of grass, every piece of foliage in a scene can be independently programmed to move with the wind.
Spotted KPA patrols down on the beach. Use your binocs to tag them before you run in blind.
I see a large transmitting array. That must be the jamming station.
In this paper, we present a set of artistic choices and real-time shading techniques, which support each other to enable the unique rendering style of Team Fortress 2. To shade our characters, we combine a variety of traditional and novel lighting terms. Here, we see a character with a traditional clamped Lambertian diffuse term and constant ambient. You can see that the character loses definition for pixels not hit directly by the light source. We scale, bias, and warp the Lambertian term to achieve a look consistent with our illustrative influences. Instead of a constant ambient term, we sample from an irradiance volume in order to provide a higher quality, spatially varying directional ambient term. Here we show this term added to the warped per light diffuse contributions. And here we show these diffuse terms multiplied with the albedo. We also add a number of view-dependent terms to further enhance the look of the characters. Traditional Phong highlights from up to 4 local lights are incorporated, where quantities such as a scalar mask, Fresnel parameters, and specular exponents can be specified by artists. We combine these Phong highlights with additional broad Phong lobes, which are modulated with a harsh Fresnel falloff, causing them to appear only at grazing angles. Finally, we add in a dedicated rim term, which is derived from our irradiance volume, so that characters are always highlighted with an appropriate rim term, even if they are far away from local light sources. This combination of art direction and technology choices has enabled us to create a compelling visual style while serving critical gameplay goals, such as the ability of players to readily identify each other during the fast-paced action of Team Fortress 2.
Patronizing you.
I thought so. How about another question?
Okay, another question. Our next email comes from Richard. Get that stuff out of here.
Be that way.
He says, I was hoping you would do a review of the new NVIDIA GeForce GTX 280 graphics card that came out a few days ago. Thank you. You are welcome. And we will. We will do that for you.
Actually, we're not going to do that for you.
I mean, not.
Well, that's another headset I've killed. For anybody who doesn't follow graphics cards very closely, i.e. most of the non-gamers in the audience, this is NVIDIA's latest top-of-the-line GPU. We're talking, brace yourselves. This is not a typo. 1.4 billion transistors. No. Yeah, see? You nearly killed Veronica. And we didn't get that wrong. 1.4 billion. That's about 50% faster. She'd be like 50 in the, excuse me, the card itself is like 50% faster than any card, any single card NVIDIA's ever made. It's huge. It's basically takes up 2 slots. It's a double wide card. It's 10.5 inches long, and it sucks down a stupid amount of power to keep those transistors switching. 304 watts under full power. This should be an entire PC power supply. 304 watts when you're gaming and using all the power on the board. 148 watts at idle.
Oh,
so,
man.
If you're wondering what 700, 800, 1,000 watt power supplies were for, they are for cards like
Fry an egg on that.
It's time for you to be the marked man. You are here. The other drivers are chasing you southwest to the Naval Yard. If you arrive in one piece, you get a mark on your license.
Interested? Enthusiastic skill is needed. Are you bored? Are you interested?
Hell, motherfucking yeah!
That's where you're headed, but be careful. Don't tell him what's going on there. You know he was running for mayor, right?
Rays shower you, child.
Yes?
Behold! Blind with his glory, every ear shall be stricken deaf. Then women, and children of the earth.
And welcome back to IGN's Live Wire. For this segment, we'll be taking a look at one of the year's big sequels, Ubisoft Montreal's Far Cry 2. Creative director Clint Hawking is here to show off some gunplay, open-world action, and hopefully some explosions in one of this year's more exciting shooters.
Actually, John's going to take this camp. We'll show you a really good use of fire here. John's out behind this camp. It's kind of a fuel depot of some kind. He's going to use his flamethrower in the grass. Rather than trying to burn guys, he's going to get this fire into the grass, and it's going to start propagating in the direction of the wind. It's going to get into trees. Throw some Molotovs in for good measure, why not?
And this can set off secondary explosions.
Of course, yeah. If there's like I said, there's a lot of fuel being stored in this particular camp. There's a place in there for vehicles to refuel their fuel tanks. There's Molotov cocktails and other fuel stored in there, as well as like propane tanks and stuff like that. Once that stuff gets into the grass and gets into the fuel stores, you're going to start seeing series of secondary explosions. It'll get into the structures. It'll get really those are the explosions she was asking for. You're going to start seeing it all over the place.
Are you trying to block off their escape route?
Yeah, well, these guys, they haven't even detected it. Okay, they've detected him now. But I mean, their first response is like, oh my God, there's a fire over there. What are we going to do? And they run over to see it, and then they realize it's an out of control fire, and it starts to get problematic.
Agent Blazkowicz, I'm with the car south circle. Come with me. Your cover is already blown here. Quickly, down here. We have Kreisau agents waiting on the other side.
On your knees! Schnell! Where is he? Where's the American?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tell us
Okay,
where he
Foreman,
is!
Was der ein American on the train?
Ja,
aber Kreisaufsperrte doch dahin führt. General Vetter will be outraged. But we have to find the American. Take the squad and search the engine house. 9 squad will continue searching this area. Agent Blazkowicz, I'm Eric Engel. I work with the Kreisau.
Bullseye!
Looks like he got under Nine-Toes' skin. Don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him.
That was stupid.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the specs first of all. Taking a look at it, it's an amazing card. First of all, you know I have a messed up wrist. I can barely lift this thing. It weighs like 6 pounds. It's ridiculous. It has a very, very cool design. As you know, it's all flat black. It's kind of like a rubberized texture. Looks really cool. When you go this way, look at that, okay? Very, very cool. As you can tell, it's probably where the majority of the heat comes out. Now, as you know, the GTX 295 is a dual PCB, so there's 2 printed circuit boards. It's not like the 4870X2 where they have 2 GPUs on one board. There's a board here, there's a board at the bottom, and the cooler takes fan air from here and air from the bottom and shoots it out through the cooler, which is connected to both GPUs and printed circuit boards, and then it comes out through here and it comes out through the back. That's pretty much how that works, and that's why this board weighs so much, because it's got double of everything, so it's pretty much 2 video cards loaded into the package of 1. You're just subtracting the weight of the cooler, and that's why you get this nasty, nasty guy. Now, let's talk about some of the other stuff. First of all, come over here.
They're right on time. Check your weapons and ammo. I've waited a long time for this. Haven't we all?
This way, let's go. Let's go.
There's a guy.
This isn't a simple escape attempt. Joker's been planning this.
Help me!
You're gonna be fine. Stay here.
Batman's here. Just hold on a little longer, Steve. I can't!
I'm going after the animal who did this.
Batman! The extraction system! He was trying to get to the control panel at the end of the... You left me here.
Snake. Naki. 972-985. Big American TTS. 135 137. 890.
came here because we want to launch these new products. And I think it's probably, instead of wasting time, just to get right to it, I want to show you our new GeForce GTX 480. This is, without a doubt, the best GPU we've ever built. Without a doubt, the best GPU we've ever built. It's got a crap load of performance in it. And the card that the engineers built looks really, really cool. The GeForce GTX 480, I think, is something that you're going to be really delighted with. We got this bridge over here, and you saw the bridge. When you're first going across, you can blow up the bridge. When Barney goes across, the bridge blows up. Now you can actually pause right here, and we can detonate the bridge. Tom, go ahead and blow up. Okay, so that looks pretty good, right? About 10,000 individual little particles blowing up and going all over the place, all being calculated by the GPU. But I'll tell you what, 10,000 particles, that ain't enough. We can actually crank that shit up. We can take the bridge and we can crank it all the way up into smaller and smaller particles and blow it up. That's 1 million particles, 1 million individual parts.
In Just Cause 2, there's a lot of action that takes place on water. You can speed through the water on boats, and you can have high-speed shootouts between several boats. We want to achieve a very immersive and beautiful-looking water effect. So we've been working in partnership with NVIDIA to take advantage of their CUDA technology to implement some very cutting-edge water simulation effects. You'll notice things like wave simulation and realistic ripple effects. I think that the most impressive part is actually the large rolling vistas, where you can see the sun reflecting off the ripples on the water. So CUDA and our partnership with NVIDIA allowed us to achieve those graphical effects without having to sacrifice anything on the CPU side in terms of gameplay.
Mafia 2 is a third-person action crime game. It's set in the 40s and 50s in a fictional city called Empire Bay. And we follow this guy, Vito Scaletta, and his best buddy Joe on their journey into a life of organised crime.
Don't kill me!
In our game, we make use of the physics technology by NVIDIA in a lot of different ways. It pushes around many different things in our game, and the most impressive area that people are going to see the game uses is obviously the destructibilities in the environment. For an open world game, it really is impressive what we're doing and the amount of destructibility the player can do. You can shoot out tyres on vehicles, you can shoot glass bottles off tables, you can smash entire tables, smash down doors. With the full NVIDIA experience, we're able to deliver things like debris sort of piling up on the floor and stuff like that.
compute to simulate some of the debris particles. One of the things that we've done is to see how far we can push it. And there's a bridge that gets destroyed in the demo, and one of the things that we tried is, well, initially we started off with 10,000 sort of debris particles falling off the bridge. I said, well, what if we could push that to 100,000? And it still ran. It still, used the same GPU to simulate them and to render them. We took that to 500,000 particles. We took that to 1 million, and at that point it looked so ridiculous because the number of particles generated was probably 10 times greater than the volume of the bridge itself. But we did it just to see that if it is possible, and it is in fact possible. I mean, it is potentially, feasible to simulate and render millions of particles on the same GPU.
When the comets draw through the sky that looks down on us, equality will be crowned that day, while leaving us in a guilty ray. Indicate
Hi, this is Tom Peterson with NVIDIA, and today I want to talk to you about our brand new graphics card, the GTX 590. This is the best, fastest graphics card we've ever made, and it's got a lot of cool features and a lot of cool technology embedded into it, and I'm going to tell you all about it.
It ain't safe here. Get in. Let's go. Get in the buggy. I know you got questions, but we gotta get moving.
You're in serious trouble, Miss Rodriguez.
But Gabriel is not here. I have done nothing wrong.
Why did he steal the car, Anna?
The customer insulted him. He has his honor, no?
His honor, Anna?
He said Dewey's friend tried to make a woman out of him. He no longer respects this man, Dewey. He took the car to show this maricón that he is a man.
Tell us the truth, Anna. Has Gabriel been here?
I haven't seen him for at least 3 nights.
You keep lying to me, and I'll send you and your baby to jail.
He lives here, but he hasn't come home. I swear it.
Enough, Anna. There are signs all over this place that he's been back.
He was here last night. I have never seen him so angry. He went out to his shed and put some things in it. I don't know what, and I don't want to know. I love him.
Power up, complete. I don't. Okay, listen. All right, new plan. Act natural. Nothing. Hello!
Oh, it's you.
You know her?
It's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me.
You did what? Oh no! No! Oh no!
Okay, look. We both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us. For science, you monster. I will say, though, that since you went to all the trouble of waking me up, you must really, really love to test. I love it too. There's just one small thing we need to take care of first.
a little bit more complex, but the way our entire rendering pipeline in the engine works is that we use a scheme called deferred shading, which is quite different from the more traditional rendering methods that most games use. There are a few other games that use deferred shading also, like Killzone on consoles, for example, and a few that use a little bit of hybrid schemes. But most games still use forward rendering, and that's what we've been using before in Frostbite and our previous games as well. So here's how that G-buffer looks like when we're using deferred shading. So when we're rendering all our objects, this is really what we're rendering out then. We're not rendering out the final picture. We're rendering out a bunch of multiple type of textures that contain different components. Contain the diffuse color of the surface, which is like the standard color. Contains a specular scaling factor for that, as well as a smoothness value, which is sort of how strong the specularity is on that surface. And we also render out normals that we use for the lighting later on.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
Damn you Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, you could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
We're all brothers and sisters in binds now.
Hey guys, it's Ujesh, and I hold in my hand the GeForce GTX 680. The fastest, most efficient GPU we've ever built, and a GPU that I'm really proud of. We've also made some advancements in the area of physics. So previously we had our Apex destruction module. And if you wanted to have this type of destruction in a video game, what the artist would do was pre-compute the fracture. And then once you're in the video game, if you shot the pillar, it would fracture in a specific way. What we're looking at here is dynamic fracture. Nothing is pre-computed. It all happens in real time. Whenever you shoot this pillar, it will never break the same, ever.
security's been tampered with. Shepard, see if you can gain access to the pedway. I can't seem to unlock the live feeds, but...
Hey, did you see that? Who's that woman in the vid?
That's Dr. Ivakore. She got here about a week ago. Any luck?
Pedway's been locked out.
All right. Looks like there's construction nearby. We can get out on the roof. We can find a way around from there.
Great. Let's move.
And John Lasseter he's a great partner to work with because he would always kind of stress, okay, you know, really celebrate what makes 8-bit, you know, so kind of appealing and simple.
Which means simplified, repeating patterns, simplified colors.
Probably the biggest challenge in that world was from an animation standpoint, because we're going to animators that are some of the best in the world, and we're saying to them, don't do your best animation.
For us to go back and forget about some of those rules and things that we learned over the many years was very challenging.
And really the key was keeping the characters on a grid, so the characters actually never moved diagonally in any shot whatsoever.
There was no real kind of banking of the head. There was no real complex movements. We took all that out. I had a blast watching these characters, you know, come to life.
We thought, well, we're gonna make Ralph the one exception. So he kind of moves more naturalistic, like he's just like, I don't care.
Cherry chasing dot muncher isn't even part of this game.
The goal that was given to us was celebrate the cube. For example, when Ralph is punching down the bricks to make his bed for the night, the dust that's kicked up is also based on cubes that are just bunched together and then are scaled down.
Looking for me. Know where he's at?
Yeah, he just passed the food stand around the corner.
Hey, sexy man, you want to... Hey, come on in. I got special deal for you.
How's it going down there, Joe?
Great. I just came from upstairs. There's this VIP guy taking up the entire area. And he brought a whole gang of Okay. No, this seems pretty easy. This goes to this.
You've been all by yourself through this?
Yeah, I want my parents to come home now.
I think that might be a little while, you know?
Oh.
Look, I don't know what happened, but I'll look after you until then. Let's go. Stay close to me.
FaceWorks is really a breakthrough piece of work. And, well, let's show it to you. This is digital IRA. IRA is not a recording. IRA is being processed in real time on a GPU called the Titan. Just mathematically, it takes about 8,000 instructions, 8,000 instruction long program to articulate the geometry, all of the meshes, and all of the pixel processing necessary for each and every pixel. Each one, the 8,000 instructions, call it 5 floating point operations per instruction, 40,000 ops per pixel. Multiply that by, call it half the screen of HD, and multiply that by 60 hertz, and you get something along the lines of about 2 teraflops, which is about half of the performance necessary by Titan, which is one of the reasons why we built Titan, so that we can do things like this. Now,
So we're standing now in the capture stage, which is one of the great ways that we can now talk with the computer. So what I'm going to ask you to do is hold this wand. What's happening here?
Funny looking wand.
Yeah, let me explain what it all means. So what you see here are these little silver balls, and around us on top of the stage are cameras that are reflecting red light off of these. Right. So let's get to move the wand around, and you'll see now we've got an object in the computer that's following your motion.
Right, so that picture of the camera there is doing whatever I do with this wand.
Exactly. So we're going to give you a chance to do that hands-on. You want to do that?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to.
All right. So take that rig from Alex.
Yeah.
So now this is the same, little more complex version of the wand you were just holding. You see it still has the weight and the feel of a real camera rig, right? It feels like a real camera.
Yeah.
And you've got a viewfinder there, so you can see a virtual window into the world. So we use this for a couple reasons. We bring directors down here and they can literally scout their locations. They can find all the great vantage points. So what we're going to do now is going to give you a little bit of a head-on collision.
Oh, yeah, he's coming straight past the camera now.
So now we've completely, there we go, we've completely changed the blocking of the shot. Yeah, see if you can follow them as they pass you with the camera. Very nice.
Sweet.
Sure, fools. All right. Still got a girl to find. Good to see you.
Perfect day for celebration. In-depth coverage of today's best news.
Life does not matter to a liberty state. There's no room for
amusement for all ages.
I am joined here today with Sylvain Trottier, associate producer on the project.
Way to the mire.
This game looks absolutely incredible. I mean, this is a massive leap visually from what I've seen in Assassin's Creed 3 to Assassin's Creed 4. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the new features or tech that you're putting into the PC version that makes it look this good? Well, first thing we did is we changed the lighting engine. We were lucky enough to get some resources from the Far Cry 3 team. So we were able to take their DRTV technology for the dynamic lighting and modify it and upgrade it to make sure it fits very well with the Caribbean settings we had. This is one of the things we did. We added things like a volumetric fog so that when you are at sea in the boat, then you get like puff of fog going through your boat. So it's really like everything that is about immersion, about the feeling of really being there. Our goal was to make sure that you feel like the Caribbean feeling. It's like the salty air and everything. So plant physics is also another thing we modified. So we made sure that when you go inside plants, you really have this stealth feeling where, okay, I'm hidden right now. I don't need like any effects to show me that I'm hidden. I feel it. Yeah, definitely.
Is it?
What are you doing?
Killing time.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
I am sure you will figure that out.
Your watch is broken. You mumble in your sleep. I hate bad dreams.
Yeah, me too.
You know, I've never been this close to the outside. I mean, look how dark it is. Can't be any worse out there. Can it?
What on earth do the Fireflies want with you?
Hey. Sorry it took so long. Soldiers fucking everywhere.
How's Marlene?
She'll make it. I saw the merchandise. It's a lot. Wanna do this?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think it's a bit strange that they're having us do their smuggling.
Marlene wanted to do it herself. We weren't their first choice. Or the second, for that matter.
The way that we normally think about light is that it comes from a light source, it hits a surface, and then it reflects toward a camera. But actually, light's more complicated than that because it doesn't just bounce straight to a camera, it also bounces and hits other parts of the scene. These interreflections make up a lot of the illumination content.
Global illumination techniques have been used by CG artists for over a decade, but has only recently become possible to have this physically based lighting in real-time graphics.
For the longest time, global illumination has been used in film and offline rendering to get the nice, subtle look of lighting bouncing off of multiple surfaces. Unfortunately, it's just been too hard to do in real time. Now with Maxwell, however, we have enough horsepower to do global illumination in real time, so we can get that same kind of subtle lighting effect in games and all these real-time applications because of the power of Maxwell.
Maxwell makes this possible because in order to do the global illumination, we have to produce a voxelized version of the scene. And Maxwell is actually very efficient at doing multiplanar rendering, which is required to do this. It also can push a whole lot of polygons because, computing different levels of detail of the voxelized data requires multiple passes over the scene. And so being able to atomically access memory much more efficiently, that allows you to compute this thing much faster than was feasible before. When you compare the photo with the final rendering, they're actually strikingly similar, which I think lends credence to the fact that it's not a conspiracy.
So the lunar landing demo is a very nice recreation, not just of the 3D geometry of everything that was in the scene at this landing site, but a lot of attention to detail as to how the materials would have reflected illumination and where the light was coming from, and simulating that light hitting these materials. And that combination of attention to detail is why this thing can be regarded as a pretty good pass at what it would have really looked like up there on the moon.
Okay, so we've talked gameplay, and now we get to talk tech. Today I'm joined by...
James Chalene. I'm the CTO of Machine Games.
Excellent. So, first off, Wolfenstein looks awesome. Can you talk a little bit about the tech that's in it, the engine, and some of the features that are going into that?
We're based on id Tech 5. So we took what it did with the tech for Rage, and then we addressed a lot of the issues that were commented on by the community and by players. And then we also have added like a bunch of new stuff that's kind of expected from a next generation game. So you have like brighter lighting, you have a lot of post effects, and we'll also do like significantly larger virtual textures as opposed to what Rage did.
Big-headed blacksmith like you probably can't even read a watch. Come over here and say that! No. Get back here! Over there!
Keeping up? Shall I call a break?
ears are the guidance. I have never obstructed justice.
I think I broke something.
Whatever, not my problem.
Goddamn crazy.
Whatever, not my problem.
Pilot, you're approaching Bravo. What's the hostile? Pilot, you're approaching Bravo. What's the hostile?
An enemy pilot is attacking you. Auto sights engaging hostile.
Keep up the good work, pilot. The red eyes are 50% unintegrity now.
AI offline. Pilot mode engaged.
Pilot, you're approaching Bravo. What's the hostile? Fuel pump deactivation at 25%.
And what's happened is they recognize that neural nets are in fact a wonderful technology. However, it didn't have the benefit of several things. And recently there was an important paper that was written, and Wired picked it up. One of the three technologies was massively parallel and cost-effective processing. The GPU was named as one of the three important breakthroughs that made it possible for researchers all over the world to finally use deep learning in a productive way.
Would Nathan Prescott please come to the front office? Thank you. Rachel Amber. She looks so hopeful and pretty. I wonder what happened to her. Posters over posters? Somebody really wants to find Rachel Amber. There's Hayden in his Vortex Club harem. He sure is living the dream.
Those speeders ready yet? They are now. Then get out on your patrol. Yes, sir. Confirming no activity in the vicinity. Patrol, regroup on my position. We'll move to the next quadrant. Understood. Rebels have overrun our position. They're taking our speeder bikes. Rebels are escaping. All available units, pursue and engage.
You know I don't find that amusing.
It wasn't meant to amuse, but to prod you to hurry. It's midday already. You promised Ciri you'd train with her. Go before Vesemir bores her to death with those etchings.
So, later then.
See you later.
You're safe.
Thanks, Batman. I thought they were gonna kill me. The city's overrun. We don't stand a chance.
Stay here. I'll send someone to pick you up.
What are you doing?
Evening the odds. Oracle, I need to track that military vehicle.
A squad car has picked up the pursuit. I'm relaying its location now.
Call off your men, Jim.
Golf Oscar 5-6, this is Commissioner Gordon. I'm calling off the pursuit. It's too dangerous.
We have to contain this.
Nobody's gotten that far. This is like the secret cow level.
Just gonna drop a little backdoor into the system so I can get back inside later. Sorry, Bloom. We've got unfinished business.
He's heading out. Bag him.
Yeah.
Enemy teleporter detected.
Found my teleporter.
I found the teleporter. The enemy possesses a teleporter.
The point is lost, and you can't have it.
Teleporter located. The enemy teleporter is destroyed. Must teleport.
I think we can forget about hitching our way there. Thought people were friendly outside the city.
You can only go so far on the kindness of strangers.
You're just gonna have to push her all the way.
I've already pushed myself to the brink of death.
Get up. Come on, car isn't gonna move itself.
Sheesh. I thought the car was supposed to move us.
Wouldn't that be nice? Can it? Ready, steady.
Push! Something so heavy.
Oh.
That's very green. Come on in. So we're going to show you some virtual reality today. You know, it's really hard to show people what it's like to be in virtual reality without having them try it for themselves. Filming you in the green screen studio is just the best way we found to help everyone else understand what it's like to be in VR. Any questions?
Can I go first?
All right, go crazy.
Hey! Aw, you're so cute! Oh, hi, baby, look big! Oh! Hey, I have a stick now. Come here. You want the stick? Yeah, go get it. Oh, he actually gets it. Come on. Oh, you're so cute.
Good. Please locate and press the button marked Robot Repair. Good. Step 2. Locate half-inch bore number 35 pitch sprocket for amp flow motor D and disengage it from the appropriate linear actuator unless its electrostatic ion reactor is uncoupled from anodized multi-axis servo bracket 733E and only if oxidization valves A, C, F, and H1, but not H3, are asymmetric to turbo pump exhaust manifold case failure. Please take your time. Up to 30 seconds, at which point the thermoreactor currently uncoupled from its heat exchange unit will detonate. Alert klaxon deployed. Again, take your time. 15 seconds. 15-second klaxon deployed. Increased heart rate detected. Ocean sounds relaxation klaxon deployed. Good. All responsibilities have been removed from your list of responsibilities. Core meltdown imminent. Supervisor has been alerted.
Our location has been compromised. Those drones are IMC scouts. Enemy reinforcements will be on their way. We must complete the Neuralink immediately. Install the final battery. Power at full capacity. Pilot, we must establish a Neuralink in order to proceed. Please embark when ready. Protocol 1, link to pilot. Establishing neural link.
はいどうも、バーチャル YouTuber キズナアイです。なんとついにゲームチャンネルがオープンしました。ありがとう、みんなありがとう。名付けたアイゲームス、これからどんどん実況動画上げていくので、どうぞよろしくお願いします。今日は PUBG やっていきますよ。今日はこの前は5分以内に死んだから、今日はちょっと成長して7分以内に死にます。ユキかな。弾が一発しかないというね。あ、なんか誰かいた気がする。やばい、やばい。あ、待ってね、早くない？え、くそー、いけそうだったのに。やっぱ反応の速さが大事ですね。そっかー。でもまあ逃げてただけだけど、さっきよりマシですよ。もうちょっとで半分だった。いやー、成長したなー。
Stop right there!
Take him down, Joker!
Comparing power levels.
Zona.
No threat. Get
Go
him,
down.
Joker.
This'll hurt. Let's get
Everyone
this
else,
over with.
Persona!
use route B.
You're mine.
Guess that's it for me.
Take this!
Pull out before their backup gets here.
Focus defenses here and here. The Ket have been quiet for too long. See? No reason we can't be civilized.
One thing that I do have to mention that could totally change on release is that it was very, very, very buggy.
Thought you'd just slip out before dinner was done? You can't hide from me, boy! I'm on to you! God damn! How am I gonna replace this? You're wasting your time!
Heavy damage standard top line laser down. Initiating short battery reset control. Activating short-range attack gear. Alert. Large enemy group detected.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Ready for your first real view of the world? Get to your office. I've updated your map. There's a video you need to see. I know you have a lot of questions.
Good morning, Talos. Breakfast is served in the cafeteria until 9 a.m.
Don't like me, cause your boyfriend come wife me. Last night I sucked in his white tee. My bad, but I'm like on an iPad. He's like an damn. My mind gon' get him fine, that I'm doing me. 17 real cool, real fly. I don't go to high school, bitch, I go to school high. Grades wise, I'm getting back, think that's on an end right. Cause I know one day that I'm gonna be living a bad rapper life. So past my God, got this, get it off my chest, sitting topless. Fuck the time, watch this from another more ride when I drop this. Stop this, tell things slow, I play heavy, I drink slow. Different, but that's the game, no. Something new is what I bring, yo. White girl rapper, what they think we're missing. Just a little young, got a lot of ambition.
Just ray tracing at brute force level simply won't get us there. It simply won't get us there. In fact, I'll show you something later that's just really amazing. Unless we use this technology we discovered about 6-7 years ago called deep learning or artificial intelligence, we can finally create images along with ray tracing that allows us to achieve the levels that we otherwise can't imagine. So if you look at this frame, this is abstracted, of course, but it's not too far off. Basically, within the frame that I was showing you earlier, we're doing ray tracing pretty much all the time. And that's with our RT core. That's the amount of time, the fraction of time within 22 milliseconds that an RT core is doing it. Imagine if we didn't have the RT core, multiply that by 10. And then for DNN processing, when everything is done, we could use it to generate pixels that we haven't finished, to generate using artificial intelligence the pixel that we haven't finished, or use artificial intelligence to generate resolution that we otherwise couldn't have. It is possible to filter information, but it's very, very difficult to generate new information that looks right. And so with artificial intelligence, we can now, for the very first time, generate missing pixels that are actually right.
What's the story with all the elevators lately? I heard Kylo Ren destroyed the one over in D sector. If you ask me, who's ever in charge of this place should be transferred to Hoth. What? What?
This is the world's first ray tracing GPU. We call it the Quadro RTX family.
Go search that wagon there. Mike, search that building. Arthur, you take that building to the left. All right, man, quick. Find those detonators, explosives, anything you can. Let's go.
What do we got here?
Here. This looks good. What do you think, Bill?
Well, looks fine. Smells good.
Come on.
Still want me to tie it to the boat?
Boy.
That is enough.
Identification verified. Here is your order number 847. That will be $63.99. Please confirm payment.
Payment confirmed.
Transaction complete.
You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 근데 수없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야.
We're gonna get out of this, rookie. First things first, gotta arm ourselves. Here. All right, here's what we're gonna do. There's a road out there. We're gonna take it, we're gonna head northeast. It's probably only a few hours back to Missoula. And then we're gonna come back here with a goddamn National Guard, and we're gonna take out the rest of these. Okay, shh.
Wild market fluctuations have been the hallmark of Bitcoin, which today surged above 11,000 US dollars. That was thanks to the German government's recent decision to classify the cryptocurrency as legal tender, meaning it is not subject to extra tax when used to make payments. Taiwan has its fair share of miners looking to cash in on the crypto mania. The graphics cards needed to mine cryptocurrencies have seen their prices soar and are now worth 75% more than a year ago. The high demand has led to an unprecedented shortage of high-end graphics cards. Some are already pre-ordered from manufacturers more than 6 months ahead.
One of the pieces of technology essential to making all of this possible is AI. And we call this AI DLSS. DLSS, it's a very large piece of network. We give it an image, and it goes through this neural network called DLSS, and ideally what comes out of it is a beautiful image. And so here we're looking at justice. Let's talk us through this.
The reflection on the floor and on the vases, RTX off, RTX on.
And notice for all the computer architects in the audience, you recognize what I mean by screen space reflection. Notice the top of the cart is not in the frame. If it's not drawn in the frame, it's not in the screen. If it's not in screen space, then the rasterizer and the programmable shader has no way to reflect from it. Okay, Calvin, let's keep going. We could zoom into anything with a reflective surface, and it's doing reflections properly. Look at that. It's subtle, it's exquisite.
Not much left of me either. Got soaked from neck to toe.
I can't help you with that. I make deliveries, that's all.
This is Bridges Central Dispatch. Freelance contractor Sam Porter Bridges. Receiver is standing by for drop.
Headed into town. Watch yourself. Those things never stay gone for long.
When it came to animals, they had to toe the fine line between creating realistic animals and staying true to the original movie. One change? They repositioned some animals' heads, so the audience wouldn't always have to stare right into their mouths.
Have you not heard? Has it not been told you? We pray for our world.
Strong alone, stronger together.
Storm gets worse ahead. Trying to find a calm pocket for you. Steady, Miller. Your heart rate is too high. Pilot, check in, please.
Little busy, Kate. No worries on me. Woo-hoo! That one.
Dean, our rookie's handled with a wyvern. Freelancer, thank goodness you survived, but your Javelin needs a restart. I'll bring systems back one at a time. Starting voice recognition.
Okay, so this is my mining farm at my condo, and I do have 9 mining rigs with a total of 56 GPUs, and I'm mostly mining Ethereum, Monero, Ravencoin, and Graincoin. Alright, so for this first mining rig up here, this is a 6 GPU RX 580 rig mining Ethereum. Now on this middle shelf, this is a 6 GPU RX 570 rig mining Ethereum. And over here is a 6 GPU GTX 1070 rig mining Ethereum.
Hi, welcome to NVIDIA GTC 2020, our first kitchen keynote. I'm coming to you from my home in California, and I hope all of you are well and sheltering safely at home. We're also doing our part to fight COVID-19. Scientists and researchers around the world are racing to find a vaccine for COVID-19. We're working with them across the entire spectrum, from containment, mitigation, treatment, to eventually tracking and monitoring. Oxford Nanopore, for example, was able to sequence the virus genome in just 7 hours using our technology. Working with Spotlight, we can do now real-time.
here! You're gonna need a gun! Don't worry, it's unloaded. It's unloaded now! Oh, almost forgot. Guns need ammo. Here you go. Right, heading back to the comm room.
Oh, you took care of that lock then. Good. Great. Did have the key for it, but should have given you that. That's on me.
No DedSec registration detected. Identify yourself, or I'll seal the exits, hack your optic, and read you every drunken email you ever wrote until you starve.
What a joker. I never write drunk. Also, Sabine sent me.
Sabine's alive? Well, that's one piece of good news. I'm Bagley, DedSec's definitely not stolen, highly advanced AI assistant, and it seems I've been out of commission for a few months. Anyway, why don't you go connect me to the DedSec network so I can become more powerful than you could possibly imagine? I mean, catch up on what I missed.
Sweet dreams then.
Tell Misty I said hi.
I will. Ahí luego.
Set sail for flavor with Capitan Caliente's world-famous tacos, now in wheel size.
Good evening, Night City. My first guest today is the
Bug.
Forgot earlier. A runner I know has something you could probably use. Zip in your deets.
Praise be to thee, our Father in heaven. And our second guest is Karina Lee, host of the Ship End program, which promotes the use of cybernetic implants. How's that treating you, beautiful?
Can't complain, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
Virtually, it has things that are only possible virtually, and it has an incredibly inspiring view of whatever you find most beautiful.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah, just gotta find something to wear. All right, perfect.
Oh my god, I don't have any legs.
Oh no! I don't have any legs either. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god!
This is not good. I have hands at least.
Okay.
Can we try a handshake? Can we reach?
Okay, let's.
Not quite.
So one thing you can do with the whiteboard is I can actually draw on the whiteboard.
Oh, cool.
You guys see that?
Hello. That's nice.
So I can actually.
the Wombat!
What is this supposed to be a reenactment of?
You got a sweet bounty on your head, Wombat!
Ratchet, I do not believe this is part of the show.
Someone put a bounty on us?
Dear fellow scholars, this is 2 Minute Papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Today, we are going to take a collection of photos like these and magically create a video where we can fly through these photos. How is this even possible? Especially that the input is only a handful of photos. Well, we give it to a learning algorithm and ask it to synthesize a photorealistic video where we fly through the scene as we please. Let's see how well this new method can perform that, but don't expect too much. And wow! It took a handful of photos and filled in the rest so well that we got a smooth and creamy video out of it. So, how did they pull this off? What hardware do we need to train such a neural network? Do we need the server warehouses of Google or OpenAI to make this happen? No, not at all. And here comes the best part, because all it takes is a consumer graphics card and 12 to 24 hours of training.